and this actually works. I don't know. Right now I still seem to be having a bunch of issues. I don't know that it's me. I think it's Twitch. I really do. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna load in my game. Okay, so I got my game up. I hope you guys can see it. Thank you for the resubscribes, you guys. I greatly appreciate you. Alright, so where am I? Okay, so I'm gonna have to fight that one over again. The first one. I can live with that. Actually, I have to fight the first two over again, but that's okay. In the grand scheme of things, that's not really that bad. And now I also know that there's a chest up at the top of that ridge that I can go look for. In the meantime, we will go look for the beast and fight him again. And then eventually try to find the blue chest again. Actually, I know roughly where it is. I just have to get back to it. There he is. Hello, Dennis. My name is Dennis. I will be good as long as we can get the stream and OBS and Twitch and everything to work in conjunction with one another. So I'm replaying this little section here because I had to restart my stream. So I guess I'm gonna get off my horse over here. Oh no, I traveled by accident. Are you kidding me? I'm not having a good start to this thing. Alright. At least I know where I'm going. That's the upside. I was just getting to him too. All I was trying to do is get off my horse. Oh, my friend Kate in the chat is currently playing 4. She's the one who told me about these games and got me started playing them. So she's a huge fan too. Yeah, this is the 3rd restart that we've had trying to get one that's working somewhat properly. Let me check before I start this battle. Let me see if I can get over to OBS. Yeah, we still have like a real high percentage of dropped frames. And I don't know what else I can do to fix that. I mean, I've restarted my computer twice. The only thing running is this in my game. And I have a good computer. I've never had this happen before, so Kate, any suggestions on the frames situation? I hate to have to stop it a 4th time. Ah, gotcha. I have a friend that's usually in the chat that he found it for the I think it's PlayStation, the first 2, and he was hoping to start playing them because he really liked watching me play 1 and now 2, and then Kate playing 4. So, oh wow, really? Oh no. Oh my goodness. Alright, the only thing I can think of is that I'd have to stop it again and change the server again. Alright, I'm gonna try it.
Here goes. Overdrive.
Let's see what happens. Now we've got guys. I'm not messing around with these guys this time. The last time I tried to do some other stuff. This time I'm just going straight for the bigger attacks. Instead of kind of trying to ease into the battle and trying to finesse it. Not finesse it, but I don't know what quite the words that I'm looking for. But to kind of just... That one's at 16 and this one's at... Let's do this one.
Okay. Now.
And build the thing back up again. Alright, so we've got one down. I'm hoping and hoping you guys are seeing this. I may have to go through and put the last couple streams on replay and let them go out again now that they're, you know, actually complete, because they look great when they're saved. It's just all this other stuff that doing it live that it's having issues with for some reason. I was trying to see if I could find that other chest really quick. I think it was over here. I thought it was over here somewhere, but... No, I'd come past the turtle monster already. Or maybe I'm just all kinds of confused. That's entirely possible with restarting it this many times. Alright, so I need to go down there. So I need to ride to the right and just keep riding till I can get down there. And then down there was where the blue chest was in the corner, I believe. Okay, so it was somewhere back here, I do believe. We're gonna try to run over here and see if we can find it. Somewhere around this area. There it is. Alright, this time we're gonna do this. We're gonna save first, just in case we have more issues. So this was for Elisa and Milliam. I just want to check. First I want to heal Fee. And I haven't used the other ones. Oh, Lisa does need healed. And Milliam's good. Alright. So let's try it. See what the girls can do.
Bring it on. Here I go.
Talk myself into getting to work. Going to work and watching Trixie. Oh wow. Okay, so we have a nice old dinosaur sitting here, and neither of them have any CP, which means, oh yeah, we have to build it all up. And we'll do this first. I mean, it's a good thing that they still have access to the full capacity, the full amount of I don't think heat works on these guys very well. Let's try this one.
Activate. That's for you.
And Pom Party. Is that the Tetris like one you showed me? Just that little clip of? Okay. So Elisa's in bad shape.
Here I go.
Oh, I forgot she has a thing. Alright, so let's see what... 2,500. I think 3,000 is the highest one I have right now.
Yeah. Wow, this is good. I can do this.
Alright.
Fire.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Oh no. It is insistent on dropping like 35% of the frames. Or only keeping 35% of the frames. Wow.
Yes, sir.
They're really wanting to kick Elisa's butt.
That's for you. Thanks.
Actually, again? Hellfire Barbecue. Wow.
Righto.
All I'm doing is just constantly healing Elisa.
That's for you. Thanks.
Look at this. This is gonna happen again.
No.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just have to laugh. Oh, hey, Steve, how are you? The Tetris like one. Oh my gosh, why? Why?
Yeah. Thanks.
Alright, let's see if Milliam can get rid of some of these little guys that are driving me crazy. That'd be really helpful.
Gigantic Racer!
Okay. That's good. Now we can just deal with him. Instead of, like, all of them.
Wow, this is good. No problem.
I highly
to
doubt this is
flames.
gonna do anything to him, but...
Burn!
Okay, he did a little bit of damage. Doesn't matter because he knocked her out again.
Oh, here I go. That's for you.
Last one. At least for 4,500.
This might be bad. Arcus, activate! I can do this.
Come on.
Wow, this is good. That's for you.
Hi, Rose.
Gotcha.
Okay.
This might be bad. Yeah. Delicious. Ah!
And Elisa's down again. It's constantly back and forth between the two of them.
Ah! Here I go. Yeah. Delicious. Ah! Righto.
This is not a winning battle, guys. So I have to use one of these. Crud. It's not gonna.
That's for you. Wow, this is good.
You're both dying.
No, this might be bad.
Elisa, stay on your gosh darn feet.
Yeah. Delicious. This might be bad.
Yeah, I think.
That's for you. Delicious.
I love how she says that's for you, but it's really for her. She does look. They're dead.
I'm done for.
She's absolutely adorable. All right, let's try it again.
Bring it on. I can do this. Arcus, activate. Ah! Ah! Hip.
Okay, wasn't as good as I hoped, but
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thanks. Ah!
oh my
No
goodness.
problem. Light.
Let's try this one.
Rain upon us.
And here she goes again. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that, but it was worth. I thought it was worth a shot.
That's for you. Thanks.
Okay. Now she gets hit by every single one of them again and goes down again.
Oh, please.
Wow, that's a first. Okay, I've got to say, I'm not liking Elisa quite so much this time around. This Elisa's very weak compared to the Elisa that I had last.
Hip. Wow, this is good.
Oh, no.
Righto.
This is still the same chest. I keep dying over and over again. really have this much of a problem with these guys, but these two are just not getting the job done. They just keep collapsing. I'm ready to just leave Elisa on the ground for a while.
Yes, sir.
But we can't because she's unconscious. Well, first we've got this.
Come on, Lammy.
Yeah, the problem is I don't think either one of them has any.
Giant Racer!
And I can only bring these two in here. Really? 2 turns in a row? 3 turns in a row. What the hell was that?
Yeah. Delicious.
Okay.
Here I go. That's for you.
Now stay on your goddamn feet.
Here I go. Yeah. Delicious. No problem. Wow, this is good. Righto. Lammy, give me a hand. Down you come.
That was interesting. I
I
don't
can do this.
think I've ever used that attack before. Yeah, because she's got heat and then golden sphere.
Let's go. Hip.
I should have healed her, but yeah, I knew that was happening.
Righto. Yeah. Delicious. Righto. Lammy, give me a hand. Down you come.
Down you come. It looks like a disco ball or a soccer ball or something. Oh no. We're dead. It's over.
I'm done for.
Wow. These guys are like kicking my ass. It's bad enough the
Bring it
Twitch
on.
gremlins are coming
I can
after
do
me.
this.
Just looking to see before I do anything else. Okay. Oh dear is right. I should have run around on the field and built up
No
their stuff
problem.
before I came back to this chest, but I didn't, and it's too late, so I'll deal with it.
Wow, this is good.
They really like her.
This is my secret weapon. Charging orbital energy. Judgment arrow.
Okay. Alright, some of them are down.
Righto.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Why?
Yes, sir. Blow 'em away. Not here.
Alright.
Hip.
Hip? It's like hip hip hooray. Yeah, I know, right? It's done so much trying to keep her alive that it's hard.
Not here.
Because if I at least can keep her up and running, then William can attack.
Hip. Wow, this is good. Yes, sir. Blow 'em away.
Alright, she's down.
No.
William's taking a beating too.
I'm in trouble.
We're all in trouble. William.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Look at this. Look
I'm
at
in
this.
trouble.
It's nuts.
That's for you.
She should say, that's for me. I can't even get like one friggin' attack in because I'm so busy healing everything.
Lemmy, give me a hand. Down you come.
And now she's dead.
I'm
Didn't
done
matter.
for.
It was gonna happen. It was just a matter of how long it was gonna take. Ugh! Alright, sorry, my computer's slipping. I gotta fix that. Alright, I don't know if I can do this one right now, guys. I might have to come back to it. I'm gonna try it
Let's
one more
go,
time.
I can do this.
And then it might be where I have to go do something else.
Let's go. Righto.
Okay, Lammy. And this is why we fight with the entire other group, because this is insane.
Let's go.
And of course.
Yes, sir. This is my secret weapon. Charging orbital energy. Judgment arrow.
Okay, let's hope that this takes care of some of them.
Here I go.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow, this is good.
Okay.
Here I go.
Oh, there is one out there. Damn. I can't get them.
Blow 'em away.
Okay, I thought I could get them. It just missed.
Right. Wow, this is good.
Okay. D20 for luck.
Righto. Not here.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry I'm not talking like a whole lot, but I'm just like hyper focusing as much as I can on
This is
not
good.
dying. Still dying, but trying to not to die and to win this battle. Because I think this
Right.
reconnect these guys, I forgot. Part of the problem, I think, is the fact that,
You're
you know,
not
normally I
getting
ride
away.
around and I try to keep their
Molten rain.
CP up higher,
Now's our chance.
and I didn't really have it up high enough, maybe. And so coming in here, that gave me a pretty big disadvantage.
Blow 'em away.
And I'm also used to these two having, you know, powerhouses like Reen and Laura and everybody else around them. If you do 3 in a row again, I
I
swear,
can do this.
you could do it if you didn't have to keep eating food to stay alive.
Hup. Wow, this is good. Righto. Blow 'em away.
Wow, Millie actually went down.
Right.
I was hoping her guard was gonna kick in.
Hup. Wow, this is good. Right.
Yeah, if you're talking to me about it, yeah, when it first started, I was like, well, you know, I kept eliminating Reen from the equation because he's set up to be like supposed to be your favorite character because he's the lead character, but definitely Fee. Bye, Kate. Have a great night at work.
Right. Turn to flames. Burn! Righto!
Oh, she has a critical attack.
Arcus, activate! That's for you!
Okay, now we're gonna die.
I'm done for. I can do this. Hup. Wow, this is good. Right. Hup.
Gotta get her healthy enough to try to wake up Milliam, then attack.
I
Doesn't
can do this.
look good.
Hup. Thanks. I can do this. You're not getting away.
You're not getting away.
Molten rain.
We need to take you down.
Yes, sir.
Let's see.
That's for you. Wow, this is good.
That
I'm done.
Milliam.
Not here. Hip. No problem.
Yeah, there's a huge problem.
Hip. Wow, this is good.
Why? Oh, that's what that is. The
I
burn.
won't lose.
Oh, I missed that. Damn. The thing is, I need more than 1500 HP.
Hup. Wow, this is good. No problem.
All right.
Hip. Wow, this is good.
Jesus.
No problem.
Really? Wow. So I think I made a lot of food coming into this.
Hip. Wow, this is good. I can do this. Arcus, activate. Hip.
Okay.
No.
I have two choices. I can do weaken and retry or I can come back. And I'm just gonna try weaken and
Let's get
retry.
started. Right.
Supposedly you don't get any loss of stat for it, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Arcus, activate. Ah! Hup.
Yeah, I may have to. I'm gonna try this like this one time.
Righto!
And if not, then I'll be back to the other thing.
Lemmy, give me a hand!
Lemmy, give me a hand! Wow.
Not here!
And she's got burns again.
Hup. Wow, this is good! Yes, sir!
That was not what I read it as.
Arcus, activate! I won't lose.
You just might, kiddo.
Hip. Ah! That's for you!
Yeah, I had to do that in the first game because the learning curve for the game, I felt like I was behind because it took me a while to really catch on to the quartz and everything like that. So by the time that I did, I was like, I need to do something to catch up. So I had to, yeah, I had to grind for points for a while, and then I was okay.
Yes, sir! This is my secret weapon. Charging orbital energy.
Judgment arrow.
Judgment arrow!
You know, I've done streams where I stream for like, 6 hours,
Yes, sir.
8 hours plus. I don't know what the longest one I've done is, but it's pretty long, like an all day kind of thing. And the restarts on this one with the drop frames and then fighting this has just been an unbelievable. This is the longest
Yes, sir!
45 minutes almost that I've had. It's crazy. Oh, at least this didn't die. Oh, she needs one that heals burns.
That's for you! Wow, this is good! Not here! Hup.
Okay.
Wow, this is good! Here I go!
Alright, so she's got a critical hit.
Here goes! Right.
Meanwhile, Elisa just keeps eating food.
Hup.
Oh, my posture's so bad right now.
That's for you!
And that burn stat is what is
Right.
also hurting her because every time I heal her, then she immediately loses points because of the burn.
Arcus, activate! Hip. Yes, sir! Blow him away!
Okay. Oh, and I didn't do the stretch and the hydrate because I was looking at the
I can do
screen.
this.
Alright, hang on. Oh! I need my water. Okay. We need to do this. We need to do this. And we've got Elisa who
I got a
needs...
bad feeling about this.
Glad to see you found the channel point stuff. It's a lot of fun stuff in there. Alright, so we need... Let's see. 3,000. Right now I'm going for just...
Wow,
I
this
could
is
give her that
good.
celestial bomb, but that...
No problem.
See, that burn just took some of it right back away. Alright, we can do Molten Rain. That seemed to
You're not
have
getting
somewhat of
away.
an effect before.
Molten rain.
Critical.
Now's our chance. Gotcha.
Alright, what can Milliam do now?
Righto. Arcus, activate. That's for you.
Okay, we're real close. Of course, Lisa's gonna go down.
I can do this.
Oh, she recovered. Nice. That doesn't always happen.
Wow, this is good. Righto. Arcus, activate. Yeah.
There we go. Now he's down. Took longer than usual, but this is not a group
Don't mess
of
it up.
two that I would ever take into a battle together. Unless forced like this. I would take either one of them with somebody stronger, but not together. Nope. Woohoo! Happy dance, happy dance. Yeah. Well, that burn thing was... They can now use overdrive together. That also helps. And they're link level 3, so they get more stuff. So... That's awesome. And guess now what? They're all fully restored. I used a lot of food on that. Wow, did I use a lot of food on that. Alright. Otherwise, we're good.
Let's get going.
Alright, let's look at my map now because that distracted me. So I gotta turn around and go back down to that one over there. So, back and to the left. Anyone know what that movie's? I throw lots of movie quotes out there and nobody knows them but me. And probably the person sitting next to me. Most of the time. Was it? Yeah, it was in that corner. Let's bypass the big guy for a little bit and get the required one out of the way.
This one will take everything we have.
I'll handle it.
Yay, I've got the rest of the team back. I can't even say how happy that makes me right now after that. Oh my gosh. Alright, so you know what? Whose Gaius's is full? Calamity Hawk.
Grant me your strength.
Oh, I said a random movie quote, and I do that a lot, and then I'm like, nobody knows probably what I'm even talking about. I said back and to the left. But in the movie, it says it back and to the left, like 10 times. Maybe more. But, you guys probably don't know that movie, so. It's a fairly old movie. Steve might know it if he's seen it. but it's just a quote from the movie JFK when they took who they could to trial, basically, just to make it simplified, for the assassination of the president, and they kept showing the footage, the I can never say that name, Zapruder film, over and over again, and they would just say back and to the left, back and to the left, because that's what happened when he got shot. And they were talking about how the bullet went and all that, and we don't need a history on the assassination of JFK, do we? But it's a good movie. It's a really good movie. I've watched it a lot, but not for a long time, but there's certain phrases that sort of stick with you, and for me that's one of them. Where did he go? I thought, oh, he's up there, so I gotta keep going around this way. Once I get this done, then I can fight all the monsters on the way back. I just really want to get all these task monsters done. I want to at least accomplish a goal today, and if that one task is my goal and then I fight a bunch of monsters, then so be it.
Bring it on.
As the other one was behind him.
My turn.
Oh, Fee. Why?
My turn. Leave it to me.
I don't know why I did that for Fee. Now see, he's got Frost, but he wasn't with me in that last battle.
Too slow.
Huh. Right. Take this.
So I'm kind of taking this slow. I'm not like going like
This is
she
bad.
needs healed. I'm not like going too crazy with it right now.
Not bad.
Because I want to let that impassion use a little bit of time to
Try
build.
this. My turn.
Yeah, that's the thing we do around here. We quote movies like frequently. Arts, impassion, Gaius.
I'll handle it.
Alright, now we can do this guy. She missed him again! What? Fee.
Should've
And
been
she's
paying
down and
attention.
just lost all
Yeah.
her stuff. That is not cool, Fee. Why would you do that to me?
It's my turn.
Alright, guys, attack. Who's next? He's next.
There. Now. I'll back you up.
I'll back you up.
Too slow.
Too slow.
It's my turn. Try this.
Thanks.
Here I go. Ha!
Okay.
Too slow.
I knew that was
Should've
gonna
been paying
happen.
attention.
I should have given her something with more points, but I was just trying to get her on her feet.
I'll back you up. Leave it to me. There.
In the meantime, Gaius and Reen
It's my turn.
are building up their meters.
Ha! My turn. Ha! It's my turn. Try this.
Okay.
Thanks.
Here I go.
Skipper, yeah. Professor and Marianne.
Ha!
Alright,
That's that. Let's keep moving.
let's keep moving. And I've said it before, but
I did it!
it's just Reen's hair gets whiter and whiter and whiter. And I think eventually he's gonna have nothing but white hair. Like the pictures I've seen when I was looking for the sidebars, where he has just all white hair. Alright, Elisa, Milliam, and Claire are all okay. I think I'm gonna change out Gaius or Claire for a while and reconnect the link between these two because I didn't realize it had broken and I should have realized that. Alright, and then there is the quest monster. I gotta let it do its warning, warning, warning.
This one's dangerous. Stay on
Okay.
your toe. Okay.
I forgot to do the other attack, but that's alright.
Here goes.
Here goes. Yeah.
Eliminating targets. Now.
Got you.
Mm.
Here I go.
Okay.
Ash of
Reen.
gather on my blade. Ha! Strike!
Oh, that was nice.
Absolute victory.
Nice
Absolute
fight, V.
victory. Alright, I don't know how many of them there were. Defeated military monster. Whew, that's the third group down. I can't sense anymore either. I think our work is done. That means the Highlands will be a lot more peaceful now, right? I can only hope so. You guys ready to head back to the settlement so we can give our report? Yeah, I'm sure I'll want to know as soon as possible. Alright, everybody's good. And I just want to check something. Alright. Hello, screen. There we go. Alright, so since my horse is standing right there,
It's
I
my
usually
turn. My turn.
Okay.
run around as Claire. Let's go see if we can come up on this guy.
I hope we're strong enough to take that monster
Whoa.
on.
You weren't supposed to do that. Oh, of course he runs. They'll turn around, just like always. Apparently, I can't sneak attack
This
him.
looks really tough. Be
I
careful.
can only get a single advantage.
Suppressing targets.
Because I can.
Mirror devices activate. Orbital laser fire.
That's so cool.
Mission complete. May you rest in peace.
Rest in pieces.
My turn.
Yeah, he does. He does that a lot. And Bifelicia is a huge one.
Let's move.
Okay.
Yeah.
Try this.
Too slow. My turn. Got it.
Got you.
Wrong button. Damn, I do that all the time. Alright,
Let's move.
that was funny. We get both of them? No, we can only get one. Your turn.
Ha! Now, let's go, everyone.
Roger. Yes, okay.
Let's go, everyone.
Sit.
My turn.
It's my turn. Hey,
My turn.
My turn. Sit.
There we go.
Okay, it's safe for now.
But are you sure, Reen?
Success.
I've got it.
Nice. Okay. Everybody else is pretty good.
Let's get going.
Alright, so we're just gonna run around and fight some monsters for a little bit before. There's that chest I was looking for. Of course, I'm down here now when I see it, but
Enemies. Stay alert, everyone.
Here I go.
oh, we got the armor turtles back.
Ha!
Of course, there's
Okay.
a lot more HP in those suckers than there was before.
All right.
See if she can
Right.
freeze them. Thank you, Rose.
Chime in darkness. Nocturne bell.
Too slow. Ash of flames.
Gather on my blade.
Strike!
Okay.
Oh, excuse me. I've got the hiccups again. It's craziness. Every time I stream, I get the hiccups.
I'll handle it.
Onward.
I'm sorry. I find that really funny. Alright, this one's down. The other guy's taking burn damage this whole time.
Too slow.
He's like, bye-bye.
Target's eliminated. Let's get going.
Let's get going. Love Fee.
No complaints here.
Gale Storm can now be used. Launches a blast of wind forward. Nice.
Yeah.
We got one of these giant, looks like giant birds over here. Make sure there's, oh, there is a chest over here. Good thing we needed Celestial Bomb because we just used a whole bunch of it.
This one's dangerous. Stay on your toes. I'll handle it.
Okay. Hmm.
Here I go.
Onward.
This is a pretty cool one. I've got another one I give to somebody, but I didn't have enough money to open up their slot for it. So eventually I can have somebody else that has that same attack.
Right.
I did chug water. That's what caused the hiccups, I think. Oh my god! As soon as you look at they're frozen! Good grief! I had no idea because I was like doing that.
Hey!
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I'll handle it.
Okay, well, now they're undone. He's not.
My turn. There. Ha!
Got a leaf cutter.
You're done. My turn.
Okay.
Onward. Ha! Here's our chance.
Okay.
I'll back you up.
Okay. Got it.
Nice.
Got you.
Okay, one left.
Right.
Hmm.
I'll handle it.
Yes, you do have a
Alright.
lot of fun with the bot.
There.
Let's move. Now's our chance. Now, Fee!
Yeah.
Tap!
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My turn.
Nice.
Targets eliminated.
Targets
Let's get going.
eliminated. Let's get going. Okay. Couple more level ups. That's nice.
Look at me go!
And we got some monies. Sledge impact can now be used. Turns Eric Getlem into a hammer. Unbalanced is 10%.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. And Ree needs just a teeny bit of healing. Fought a few monsters, so let's go ahead and do a quick save. And we need to go around. We'll fight this. Oh, he's up there. I'm not gonna fight the little fuzzy sheep guy. There's not a chest over there. He's regenerated. Alright, we'll fight one more last bird thing, then we'll warp back up to the highlands. To Lake Lacrima. Oh, he turned around on me. Oh, and there's a chest over here, so that kind of worked out okay.
Got my eye on the prize.
Got my eye on the prize.
Yeah!
Oh, there's two birds over here.
Watch out. This is a tough one. My turn. Yeah!
Okay.
Okay.
And she has a critical attack, and she has a 200 selfie dance. So let's do it! Selfie dance!
Filthy dance.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Yeah, I've fought like a bunch of things since then.
Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe.
Honestly, with me getting the hiccups literally every time I stream, I'm surprised she hasn't made one before now.
Great!
Well, that went a lot faster than I expected. Alright,
Yeah!
we'll do one more bird.
This one looks really tough. Be careful.
My turn.
Here's a performance especially for you.
Especially for you.
Seventh Rhapsody.
Seventh Rhapsody.
You've been a wonderful audience.
Let's move.
That was pretty awesome.
Here goes. Overdrive.
Overdrive. Now we can do this.
Gather on my blade. Ha! Strike!
Absolute victory.
Nice fighting, Fee.
All right.
That's what I want to see.
And Claire leveled up. AC Maiden. Okay, so wrong button. Now we can go back to the settlement site. Oh, this is the old one.
Yeah!
Can we break these? No. Was I looking at your... This is settlement storehouse. There's nothing inside. Okay, just checking.
Let's get going. Yeah!
Okay. Oh, it only lets us go there.
Yeah!
Apparently, because I went too far south. Having directional issues lately.
Yeah!
Now, hopefully, we can do the thing. Okay, I must have, when I was trying to hit this for Lake Lacrima, I must have hit the other one. Yeah. You want to give me another recipe? You were attacked by a strange monster to the northeast, were you? And okay, perhaps that may have been one of the otherworldly beasts mentioned in this land's legends. They are said to appear at turning points in history when our world is thrown out of balance, but who can say for sure? What matters most is that you live to tell the tale of your encounter with it. You were able to defeat those military monsters, were you? That's wonderful news. We were, although fighting them has just made me all the more concerned about the situation here in the Highlands. It's scary to think a place that was once so peaceful had those monsters roaming around freely. Those Jaegers will Those Jaegers will surely release more eventually, too. There's no guarantee that next time they won't inflict more harm upon the settlement. Right. This isn't an issue we can ignore. I can't deny that all of this is caused by the war raging around us, but we bear no resentment towards our fate. Even if we are forced to leave this land, our way of life will not change. So, while I appreciate your concern, do not be swayed by emotion and lose sight of what matters most. I suppose you're right. Regardless, you have my thanks. Allow me to thank you on behalf of the settlement as well. Oh, and please, take this. It's a traditional item here in the settlement that I think will be of use to you. Nord bracelet. Perhaps I should also give you these as well. Nice. Since I use a lot of food. Thank you. We'll be sure to make good use of them. I'm sure you will. Take good care, and may the winds and the goddess guide your path. Alright. Okay, So, oh, there's one. There's one. There's one. Yeah, it was Milliam. Elisa. And Gaius. Alright, so we've upgraded some of them. Rumblebeat. Ornament. Quartz. Alright, so we've got that. She's got Chrono Drive, Move, Evade, and Breath. She doesn't really need Seal. I stuck it on her because I just had a spot that was open, but Heat Wave might be better. Fancy Bee Crust. No. Milliam. Stay put. I don't think I have any of those. And I need 2. Actually, remove. There, now I only need 1. Shaking Pulse Action 1 is good. And we need 2 more for Milliam. Gaius has all of his, so we just need 2 for Milliam and a red for Elisa. And one of Milliam's has to be that. If I have stuff to make it. The only one we can do right now is analyze. Alright, so did an attack 1. And can't do an AP 1, but we can do a shield 1. That's not going to stay there for super long. Okay. Alright, let's get out of there. Okay, now, shoot. I think I have to look at main quest, part 2. So we did both parts of the Highlands thing. Oh, these are those are the trial chests. Thought we had a task. No, because we did all those. That was before. Settlement Elder's home. Let's go to the Warzel house. No one's home. Oh, she's home. You decided to join the fight, haven't you? Part of me suspected it would come to this. You're well known for throwing caution to the wind, given the chance, after all. Oh, how'd she figure us out? She does have a point. What we're about to do is pretty crazy. However, do keep in mind that the dangers that come with that, I don't want any of you throwing your lives away, so make sure you're prepared. Are we clear? Of course. You got it. Hard to say no to someone like her. Okay. So, trading posts over here. Hello. Fuck. There's been talk about whether or not we should move farther north for a while. The Elder has been discussing it with Gwyn, too. I wonder what they'll decide on. We've never experienced a war of this scale before, so we can't rely on precedent to guide our decisions. So let's do exchange our Sepith math that we've acquired. And I want to buy some stuff. Oh, wow. But I have to look at my recipes and see what I can make first. I can make 3 of these with
Don't
Millium.
blame me if you croak.
Don't blame me if you croak.
This one's a Millium exclusive.
Alright, we can still do potato croquettes. I can do 3.
It's Fee's Cooking Power Hour.
Fee's Cooking Power Hour.
Better than expected.
Better?
Hey, it's ready.
Hey, it's ready. We can do 3 omelets.
Okay, let's give this a try.
Oh no, I didn't mean to do that.
Not what I had in mind.
Oh well. Okay, so we need salt, herbs, cheese, potatoes, onions, and more herbs. So basically the usual suspects. I usually buy a little bit of everything. Especially since I just used like a ton of my stuff. And then when I get out there, if I get more beast parts or whatever I need to make. I don't need that. Sometimes I need this. I don't think I need those. Oh. Do I have chapter 3? I have to look at my books. I think I might have chapter 3. I think somebody... Yeah, I do. Hot milk tea. We don't have the weird one of that, so let's just cook one with Fee.
Fee's Cooking Power
Apparently
Hour.
she's not good at that one. Maybe we'll get the weird one.
You can try eating it if you want.
Alright, hot milk tea. We can make 8 of them. And we'll cook them with
Don't
Milliam.
blame me if you croak.
Don't blame me if you croak.
This one's a Milliam exclusive.
Some of their stuff do. Some of their stuffs do. I'll show you when I find one. Like that one, globby fat that comes from monsters and stuff.
It's Feast Cooking Power Hour.
Feast Cooking Power Hour.
Better than expected.
Alright, and then this one has red beast flesh that comes from, I think, fish or something.
It's Feast Cooking Power Hour.
Feast Cooking Power Hour.
This one's my specialty. It'll be good.
It'll be good. And we can make 8 of these. We've got all of them, so we can
Okay, let's give this a try.
cook those.
Wow, people can actually eat this. Well, how about that?
Okay, so we've cooked a bunch of recipes. We can use some more grains, syrup. See, that one I need to fish or whatever. And that one I need, and honey. So grains, honey, and more honey. Just want to see. I'm gonna hold on to that because, like I said, I think that's for. Oh, we got a cloud robe. Simple bow. Sturdy arms. We need more monies. Good thing we're not done here yet. We can make 6. Do
I hope
Elliot's
this
this
turns out
time.
okay.
And then after that, we will go try to figure out.
This looks pretty nice.
I think we were supposed to try to sneak into the watchtower. I'm pretty
I'll
sure.
follow the recipe to the letter.
But it's not on my quest log. That's the thing. So I'm
That
wondering,
turned
like,
out better than expected. Please dig in.
I'm supposed to talk to somebody. So. Alright, so we talked to the elder, went to the Wurzel home. We can go to the doctor's house and then back to Gwen's, I guess. I don't think anything's going on here, but I already talked to them. The settlement's food appears to be stored here. And we have the lodging yurt where we're gonna rest. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Oh my gosh, their thank you screen. Between me hitting the buttons and then the screen being weird. Alright, I don't think it's time for me to fish yet. But I'm gonna come down here and see if I can fish.
This spot looks perfect.
Nope. Unless I want to use my bait, and I don't want to use my bait right now. Let's see if he's in the house. Lakin set off on horseback for Zendergate. Leave contacting them to him. Stay safe out there. I'm guessing that jamming device is a key part of the Alliance's operations here in Nord. They're not going to let you near it easily, so be ready for anything. Yeah, so that's that's my task that for some reason I don't think I saw it in there, but
Let's get going.
alright, so we want to go down toward the actual Nord Highlands where we were before. And then the settlement site. And then
Yeah!
it's weird. Oh, and I have to move because my hand's falling asleep. It's hard to use a controller when your fingers can't. Yeet. Moving. Okay.
Yeah!
Let's cut back through here so we can warp down to the other side. So we have to go find one of the spots where we found guns the last time we were here. And their yellow spot is Valimar. And I thought that it was down here. I could be wrong. We are going to fight some monsters on the way because, you know, we need XP and all that good stuff. But I don't want to do it on my horse because I can't do my stun sneak attack things with that. There we go.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish him.
Oh,
move.
Henry's arriving? Oh no.
There! Ha!
Knock on wood, I don't want to jinx it, but
Now!
You're done.
we've thus far
You're
had a
finished.
pretty good hurricane season for where we are. We're not near the
Hostiles
coast,
neutralized.
but we
Guess we're
get
safe.
all the rain and the effects from the storms when they come up to the coast. So it can it can be a problem. Yeah. Okay, so let's run around and we'll call the horse to us when we're done fighting monsters.
Seize the moment.
Seize the moment.
My turn. Eliminating targets.
Let's move. Ha!
Onward. There.
Right.
Right.
Is
Okay.
everybody okay?
All right. Everybody's doing pretty good. We're just gonna keep running down the way. And we've got one of these flying snake things.
Now's our chance. Let's get him!
Okay. Eliminating targets. Now.
Got you!
Okay.
It's over.
Here I go. Sit! Okay, it's
Okay.
safe for now.
Nice. Everyone's doing pretty good still. So the watchtower is over there, and it's like I said, somewhere in this area, in this curve, I think along this wall. So I'm pretty much just gonna hug along. You can see the watchtower off in the distance there. We're just gonna kind of hug around the thing and fight whatever comes up our way. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you meant Atlantic City or if you actually meant like air conditioning. It's like saying the city in New York, and they're like, people are like, what city are you talking about? And like, in New York, there is no other city. We only care about one.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Okay.
Okay.
My turn. Ha!
Onward.
The nice thing about doing this and fighting everything on the way there
I'll back you up.
is that they are naturally
You're
going to build
finished.
their CP up. You can see every time they attack
You really know how to handle yourself.
that CP fills, so I don't
Thanks.
have to use Impassion, especially if there's only a few of them. I only do that if I get into like a desperate place, but you know. We'll see how things go. Oh, look, there's the giant fish monster or fish monster again. I fought one of him a long time ago when I was here before in game 1. Hello, Mr. Anteater. And look, there's a mechanical monster back there too.
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
Okay.
Brutal infant.
My turn. Ha! Now's our chance.
You're
Okay.
done.
Onward.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey!
My turn.
Let's move. Sit. Now's our chance. Let's go, everyone.
Roger.
Let's go, everyone.
This is our real power.
This is our real power. Okay. So again, everyone's still looking pretty good. I'm gonna do a real quick save because we've fought a bit of monsters. It's supposed to save automatically every so often, but I would rather be safe than sorry. Hey look, it's a busted up tank. No one's gonna comment on the busted up tank? Number 3? And it's just a rusted out shell. Look at all them monsters. Okay. Look, here's the chest.
Oh, look! There's a treasure chest.
Oh, that's right, we got a wind vest, and we had that other, the wind vest is very good. She can use the cloud robe. Just because we got cool new stuff. Can we go? Oh, we can't go back there, damn. I was hoping that was gonna be our secret way. I'm trying to remember where they were. They showed it briefly and then there's nothing in there about it. Story event, did it show up on the map? Oh, it's over there. Okay. So yeah, if we keep on going, you can fight a fish monster on the way. Like, stop
Now's our
following me,
chance.
fish.
Let's get him.
Okay.
Overdrive. Okay.
Eliminating targets. Got it.
Got you.
Here's one
Let's
down.
move. There. Ha!
I'll handle it.
Okay. Nice.
Absolute victory.
Nice fighting, Fee.
Nice fighting, Fee. I love Fee. Megalith reached level 2. That's good news. Experiences multiplied by 1.2. Okay. And everybody's health still looks good. And just keeping my eye out.
Soldots!
We should avoid getting too close.
Agreed. Let's
Oh,
go
those
another way.
ones. Alright, I guess they're telling me I need to
Let's get going.
run around the other side of the mountain. Because I was thinking it was up there, but it's way around the other side. Hello, fishies. Lots and lots of fishies. And boy, lots of busted up tanks, too. Let's get the map. Yeah, pretty much straight ahead. Looks like there's a cave or something, maybe? I don't see a chest over there.
That plateau was around here, right?
Yeah, we ended up climbing, somewhere around there.
Found it. This was the area where those mortars were, wasn't it? Right up on top of that cliff? Huh. Does seem like a good hiding spot. How are we gonna get up there? I've got you covered. I brought a rope ladder from the settlement for us to use. Mind setting it up for us, Milliam? Sure thing. There you go. All done. Thanks, Milliam. No problema. Is this thing sturdy enough for all of us to climb? I'd say so. We should double check we have everything we need before climbing up, however. Well, I'm gonna save. Now that we're here, and we're gonna climb up. Aha. This is the spot. You can see the tower's rooftop over there. Yup, but they shouldn't be able to see us from here. And somewhere on that roof must be the jamming device that we're looking for. If we follow this cliff, we should be able to reach the area behind the tower. Ready to go, guys? Infiltrating the watchtower will cause the main story to advance. As a result, all unfinished quests will disappear. Infiltrate the watchtower. I know I am. It's time to return these islands to being the peaceful place they're meant to be. Right. Let's go, go, go! Let's go infiltrate a tower. Trails of cold steel. Jude. There's the soldats. A watchtower. Yes, we've been there before. Been a while, but we've been there. Big robot. Bad. Bad robot. This job's such a pain. I can't wait to be done in this place and return to civilization. I was expecting the 3rd Armored Division to have been defeated by now, but they're proving to be remarkably stubborn. Rumor has it that the division over in Corellia is giving our soldiers trouble too. The 4th Armored Division is still holding out as well? Don't you think this war is dragging on a bit long for one where our victory is a done deal? It's only a matter of time. Our Chief of Staff's strategies have the Imperial Army completely divided. All that's left is for Le Guin and Bardius's armies to go in for the kill, and victory's as good as ours. True enough. There they go. Looks like they're going on a reconnaissance and force mission to Zender. It did seem that way. And because of that, virtually no one is keeping their eyes on the watchtower. This could be our best chance. Our mission's to infiltrate the watchtower and disable the orbital wave jammer. Stay alert at all times. Right. Definitely aren't worried about stealth mode, are they? Huh? Who are you guys? Oopsie. That didn't take long. We'll force our way through. Knock them out, guys.
Watch out, guys.
Okay. Eliminating targets.
How careless! My turn.
Did he say how callous? It's hilarious. Alright. This guy's first.
Sit. Ah.
Right. Sweet dreams.
Good job, Elliot.
Onward.
Doesn't say impede. None of these say impede.
There. Here's our chance.
I'll bet you up.
Huh.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Allergies gotta run now. I have some things to take care of. No, we're good. I'm still working on the thing, so we can talk tomorrow. Have a good night. Thanks again. Alright, so... And Fee
How
missed.
careless! Huh. Ash of flames, gather on
My blade.
Ah! Strike! Ah! Curse That's the power of the 8 leaves.
Okay.
success.
Success.
I did it!
I did it. Ugh. Damn kids. I'd say this counts as knocked out. They were pretty tough, but the rest of this place should be no sweat if everyone here's like that. Let's hope so. I can sense plenty of others inside. Let's try and get to the rooftop before they realize we're here. My thoughts exactly. Okay, so let's look at the map. So you have a charging station. Not handy. Okay. There's just that little way over there. So let's go to the right first. Oh look, a robot guy.
Now's our chance. We can do this!
My turn.
Double advantage.
There. Ha!
Okay. Green.
Okay.
Now we have Fee. And Fee has a CP upturn, so that's good. We've got this guy. And she missed him.
Onward.
And Claire.
No more. Mortal Mirage. Here's our chance.
Okay.
I'll back you up! It's my turn! Keep it up, everyone!
Okay.
I'll handle it.
That one's next.
My turn. Ha!
And Reen missed.
My
Counter.
turn.
Okay.
Understood.
Last one.
Here's our chance.
I'll back you up!
Okay.
You really know how to handle yourself.
Thanks.
Ellie's just adorable.
No complaints here.
We have a chest.
Oh, look! There's a treasure chest.
Wind shoots. That would probably be better actually on Elliot. Your move, and then the one that would prevent seal mute. Okay. Do a quick save. And nothing there. Alright. My screen's being all wacky again. There's a enemy down around the corner. Another robot guy.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. Let's move. There. Ha!
Nice.
I'll handle it.
Onward. There.
Right.
Okay.
Here I go. Sit.
Understood.
My turn.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's move. Sit. We'll cut our own path.
Okay. So we gotta get Elliot and Reen's CP built up, and we've got one more to go before they can do another rush attack or group attack, whatever the heck it's called. Mirage Arrow can now be used. It's a line attack that fires a magical arrow forwards and it can blind. Okay. And it looks like there's like a little... Alright, these are stairs. So I want to see what's back there before I go up the stairs.
Scoochy, scoochy, scoosh! Is it really necessary for us to crawl in here?
Apparently it is, so hello.
Oh, a chest. I wonder what's inside.
Alright, so we came all the way in here just to find a chest. Alright, let's turn around and go back, apparently. And we go back out. It's kind of funny how we just poof, and he's back.
Enemies ahead. We'll have to fight.
Okay.
Here I go. Arcus, activate.
Okay.
Himself.
Arcus, activate.
Huh.
Okay.
Too slow.
Too slow.
Try this.
Understood.
Alright, so Claire. I'm gonna do a regular attack.
There.
Too slow. My turn.
Alright, Fee has a critical attack on that guy.
Here I go.
That guy.
Sit.
And Reen missed.
My turn.
Fee. Fee missed too, wow.
It's my turn. Hey!
All right.
You could take my Sepith. What's the matter with you? That's not cool.
Ha! Now! I'll back you up.
Okay.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, he did take a pretty good hit, didn't he?
Sit! I'm sorry, everyone.
I'll handle it.
Oh well. Alright. Fixed my computer, it's all sliding around again. And we've got attack. And we'll
Done.
revive Reen
We
after.
can't relax yet.
Can't relax yet. Alright, so Orbent Arts. Alright. Alright, so everybody's healed. Now we can make sure there's nothing over there. Let's go upstairs. What does this look like? So it's just an end, and then it comes around and goes up again. They'll probably just keep doing that because, you know, it's a tower.
Now's our chance.
Okay.
Let's get him. Here I
Go
go.
through these guys. Redo their link since, you know, he passed out.
Marcus, activate.
My turn. Eliminating targets.
Eliminating targets.
Now. Let's get this over with.
So they do their mass attack, burst attack. That's what it's called.
Sit!
The middle one's the rush attack. I keep wanting to call it the rush attack.
Mission complete.
Mission complete. That was highly effective. Couple levels up.
I did it.
I did it.
That's what I want to see.
That's what I want to see. Alright, so we're at the corner. Nothing in those corners. Yep, same thing. Halt! Nidogre. So we meet again. Well, well, if it isn't the brats from the settlement, you're either very brave or very foolish to try forcing your way in here. My money's on the latter. And it's time you paid the price for that foolishness. This isn't good. You said it, Elisa. This isn't the best environment to be fighting high-ranking Jaegers. Still, we don't have a choice. Those who threaten the peace of my homeland will receive no mercy. Bring it on. Show us what you've got.
Stay alert, everyone.
Alright, so we can go overdrive.
Here goes. Overdrive.
So he's got that. And hearts. Compassion on himself.
Okay.
Selfie dance.
Here I go. Selfie dance.
Love it.
What's that?
That's that.
Let's move.
That's not bad at all.
Now's our chance.
You're done.
You're done, fool.
You're finished.
Impossible.
Impossible.
Onward. There.
Right. Hey!
Uh-oh.
Let's move.
Okay.
There. Ha!
All right. There. Now.
Critical hit.
I'll bend you up!
My turn.
Okay.
Okay! Arcus, activate!
My turn.
Alright, we get another slash. You're done.
You.
Hut!
Yeah.
My turn.
That guy.
Understood.
Curse you.
Curse you.
Ceasing hostilities. Let's move onward.
Stellar ceasing hostilities. Let's move onward.
Done.
Done.
I've got it!
I've got it.
No complaints here.
No complaints here. Yeah. I think we misjudged them. Pant. Glad that's done. Piece of cake. Our path is clear. They may not be the last, so stay sharp. Okay. So there's a hallway with a... Oh, I bet it's another vent.
Not another duct. Come on, who cares if the boys get a sneak peek of your panties?
Yeah.
I do.
That's hilarious.
Milliam.
Oh, we got a tech too. Sweet. Okay. Damn. Okay, so equip or ornament quartz. Oh no, that's locked. That one's locked too. We got love force. Oh, we need to do a little healing too. Alright. And we save. And this was the hall with the next set of stairs. Alright, so around to the right. And we'll have another monster thing. A monster bot. Oh wow.
On guard, everyone!
Nothing like seeing double and triple. It's not cool when the enemy gets the advantage like that, but what can you do? And then it just arranges my party, so that's a mess.
I can do this. Fire!
All right. There!
Yes, sir! Get him! My turn.
Good job, B.
This is bad.
Okay, so she... That's... weird, but okay.
Not bad. No problem.
All right. There!
Okay.
Okay. Done.
Done.
Can't relax yet.
Can't relax yet. You know, I have a weird thing with Milliam. Like, sometimes she's absolutely hilarious. And sometimes she's just like, well, at least in the first game, she was either so funny you just were dying laughing, or she was just so hyperactive that it was obnoxious. But overall, I like Milliam. She's cute. Okay, so I think I turned around. Yes, when I was trying to get it to, so I could get the advantage on it. And my party's back in order. I do have some healing to do, though. Not Reen. B. Claire and Elliot is okay. Alright, so there's 2 doors. Oh, come on. Alright, so this is just a room and there's nothing in it of importance.
Enemy sighted.
Well.
Let's take him out.
We had a
Let's move.
huge chance to take care of that, didn't we?
Ha!
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Got you.
All right. There!
Okay. Hey!
You're gonna do a couple attacks on us.
Too slow. I'll handle it.
I'll handle it.
Got it.
Alright, now we're on 5.
Let's move. Ha!
So if we fight
That's
again
the
after
power of the
this,
8 leaves.
that's at least done. And our overdrive meter is getting closer to being full. So that's good. We have a chest. We got an EP charge. Okay. Doesn't appear to be anything up here till we get to the charging station, which probably means that there's gonna be some kind of boss after that, I'm gonna guess. Someone's here. An ambush? Oh boy, we're surrounded. They've got us surrounded. Guess we weren't sharp enough. We may have underestimated you before, but we'll not make the same mistake twice. This time, you're going down. Not a chance. We're almost at the rooftop. Hold your ground. We're not about to be defeated now.
We're all messed up.
And of course, they get to go first because they snuck up on us.
Too slow.
Okay. Of course you did.
I'll handle it.
My turn. Ash of flames, gather
Throw
on
my blade. And we should get the burst attack after this, I would think. Maybe.
Here's a performance especially for you.
Especially for you. Oh, it's adorable.
7th Rhapsody.
Somehow I feel like there's
You've
gonna
been a
be
wonderful audience.
soldats at the top
Curse you!
or something. I don't know. Just feel like, you know, they're leading us for something really big to come up. Oh, guys, you missed.
I'll handle it.
Ooh, she missed too.
Should have been paying
Oh
attention.
no.
I'm sorry, everyone.
No.
We need to
Been one of
regroup.
those kind of days.
Take this.
Ash of flames, gather
Throw
on
my blade.
Strike! O winds, grant me your strength. Calamity!
Hawk!
Here I go. Sylphie dance. What's that?
Curse you!
Of course you did.
Right. Here's a performance especially for you.
Here's a performance especially for you.
Seventh Rhapsody!
Seventh Rhapsody.
You've been a wonderful audience.
So colorful.
Curse you!
I'll handle it.
Here I go. There! Ha!
I'll handle it.
All right.
My turn. Eliminating targets.
Take this!
Too slow.
B gotcha.
Impossible!
Nope,
Done.
not impossible.
But we can't relax yet.
And our overdrive meter's full. That's the good news. When we won, we got level ups.
Great.
But around that corner
Awesome!
is an orbit charging station,
Thank goodness!
and everybody just used their CP. Grah. This can't be happening. We did it. That was a close one. They're a formidable force, even as far as Jaegers go. I think they were the last of them, too. Yeah, the rooftop's dead ahead. Let's go stop that jammer. Alright, so that's nice, because I was thinking with the station around the corner that usually means that there's like a boss. It's like a boss door. Alright, I just want to see. Seeing if anybody else can upgrade their ornament. Probably not, because I used what I had on Gaius's. Last one. Okay. So he has attack 1 and 2, attack 1. Claire. Oh no, that was locked. Gaius doesn't have one. Alright, I think I cooked all the things that I need to cook, so.
We're back outside.
Right, it's just above here.
And here we go. There it is. We finally made it here. The orbital wave jammer's a lot bigger than I was expecting. So how are we gonna stop it? If you want Lammy to bust it up, just say the word. Must breaking things be your solution to everything? I think we'd best take a look inside it and see if it can be disabled. There should be a maintenance panel somewhere on the outside. We should probably leave that to you, Elisa. One thing's for sure, we need to put a stop to it before reinforcements
I
arrive.
sincerely regret to inform you that won't be possible.
I recognize that voice.
Yeah. It's gotta be him.
Blue Blanc.
Phantom Thief B? What are you doing here?
So you finally revealed yourself. I take it you're here as one of Ouroboros' enforcers.
Ha ha! It's a pleasure to meet you, Icy Maiden. I'm flattered a woman as stunning as you is so remarkably well informed of yours truly. Good day to you all, fair students of Class 7. I need no introduction, I'm sure, but if I may kindly refresh your memories. I am Blue Blanc, Enforcer number 10 of Ouroboros, also known as the Phantom Thief. I've been longing to meet you all again during these months we've been apart. Our meeting in Ymir was lovely, but lamentably far too brief.
What are you doing here anyway? If you're planning on getting in our way, we're not backing down without a fight.
Ha ha! Please, there's no need to be so aggressive. I live for the pursuit of beauty. And so it was that I came to this distant land today. Obstructing you is but a secondary objective.
Beauty?
What are you implying?
How could you not understand? Look around you. This land is rife with the exquisite scent of nature, as well as home to an abundance of life. But once the flames of war sweep these highlands, all of what we see will be lost in mere moments. And the one thing that could make it all the more breathtaking is the moment where it is robbed of its own beauty.
Oh my.
What other reason would one such as myself have to come here, other than to witness such a dazzling demise?
You son of a...
You really are messed up in the head. Lord Blue Blanc, that should be enough playing around.
Oh, that's the Millium lookalike.
Her!
What's with that doll?
Huh? The Ashen Awakener and his supporters have been sighted. While currently doing so is not outlined as part of our objective, I think it may be best to capture them while we have the chance.
Why, I couldn't agree more. And yet there are times when the prologue to a battle is sweeter than the finest of wines. Simply carrying out orders without taking the time to enjoy the opportunities they present seems rather a shame, don't you think?
I think not.
Who is she?
She's the one who kidnapped Elise and Princess Alphen. She was acting on orders from Vita, but she was the one who did it while using that black doll of hers.
A little thing like her did all that? And that doll looks just like Ergatlum, doesn't it?
And she looks like Million with different hair and a different outfit.
But why?
Tell us, just who are you? Are you with the Society? And what did you do with Elise and Princess Alphen?
The Society? I presume you are referring to Ouroboros. Negative. I do not belong to that organization.
It's as she says, sadly, she's not among our numbers. I wouldn't go so far as to deny that she has any relation to us at all, but for the present, think of her as a delightful little someone cooperating with the Noble Alliance, much like ourselves.
Like Zephyr. And like Crow, too. We don't have time to waste with idle chatter. I believe this discussion has gone on for long enough.
Altina Orion. Yep.
My name is Altina Orion. My codename is Black Rabbit. And this is Clown Soleus. Commencing apprehension of targets.
Black Rabbit. And her name's Orion, too.
You're just itching for a fight, aren't ya? Come on, Lammy. I say we give her what she wants.
Eric Gatlam's ready to go. Like I said, it's like the light twin and the dark twin.
Ah, how wonderful! A contest of strength between black and white. Ready yourselves, Class 7. When last we met, you tasted of bitter, unripened fruit.
Oh my.
Allow me to sample how much you've matured since.
Here he comes!
A wind that blows across the highlands. Grant us strength.
Ha-ha! Then let us begin. Ha!
Forming barrier.
Here I go! Here goes! Overdrive! Yeah!
My turn.
What?
Now.
Got you!
What?
Here I go! Ha! Now! Let's go, everyone!
Roger.
Leave it to me. Right. Chime in darkness. Nocturne bell.
What?
Understood. Suppressing targets.
Okay, Claire.
Mirror devices activate. Orbital laser fire. Mission complete. May you rest in peace.
Is.
There's nowhere to run.
Too slow.
What?
I'll handle it.
Oh, you missed. Fee.
Here I go! Ha!
Bionic. Fire. Too slow. My turn. 2. Huh? And done.
What?
Got it.
Got you!
What?
My turn! As your flames gather on my blade! Strike!
Come, my minions!
Of
Doesn't
course.
look too good. Arcus, activate!
Okay. Not bad.
Hut!
Mazer arm, activate. Go!
Understood. Arcus, activate!
There's nowhere to run.
Okay.
My turn.
Unfortunately, Fee doesn't have a way to heal herself other than through food.
Delicious.
Okay!
Mm-hmm. Marine's too far away.
Hut!
Not bad. Forming barrier.
Let's move!
My turn.
Understood.
Come, my minions!
My turn. One, 2. Huh? And done.
My turn!
Okay.
Huh!
Okay!
Forming barrier.
Understood.
Try this!
Try to get these guys out.
Saw!
Oh no, Reen's asleep. And she can only use arts? Damn. Alright, well she needs to use an item. Then we can get something that... Was she muted? Oh, I meant to use that on her. How did I use that on Reen?
Okay!
Okay.
Keep it up, everyone!
Okay.
There's nowhere to run.
Wow, this is not cool. I've had a couple of rough ones today, guys. Oh no, and Reen took damage, so he's out.
Activate. Go.
Understood. Delicious.
I'll handle it.
Thanks.
Mazer arm. Activate. Go. Too slow.
There's nowhere to run.
Too slow.
Wonderful!
Onward.
I'll handle it. Arcus, activate.
It's my turn!
Okay, we need to heal Fee. And him and Claire. So I guess we'll have to do
Good.
this first, because you can't heal anybody else if you get yourself knocked out. Hey, Steve.
What?
Somehow I
won't
feel
give
like
up.
this is one of those battles that I'm not supposed to be able to win. Like, I'm supposed to put up a really good fight and all of that,
Yeah,
but I'm not supposed to win.
that's pretty good.
Mazer arm. Activate. Go.
All right. Delicious.
Here I go.
Sophie dance.
Sylphie dance. What's that?
What?
Should have been paying attention.
My
Oh.
turn.
Okay, well, I knew that that was gonna happen, so. To get him healed.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay! Hut.
Saw!
Oh no. Oh no.
Everyone.
All right.
Right.
Onward.
Thanks.
Mazer arm, activate. Go!
Suppressing targets.
Okay.
Mirror devices activate.
Oh, it comes up on the screen when I trigger it. It's called Sylphid.
Orbital laser.
SYLPHID or IED Dance. It's the name of her
Mission complete.
S-Craft.
May you rest in peace.
Right.
Can I actually give it to her now? Am I close enough? I am.
Try this.
Thanks.
Saw!
Here I go. Marcus, activate. Huh.
Yeah!
There's nowhere to run.
His laugh is something else. Oh no.
Attention.
Shoot. Hut. Wow, this is really good.
I won't give up. Yeah. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I just feel like I know this game likes to do that, is they like to give you.
Take this. Now.
Oh, gotcha, Steve. I just like. I know this game likes to do that. It likes to.
Sorry.
With pleasure.
Give you battles that it knows you can't win. And it makes you fight them. And sometimes it makes you fight them several times in a row before it moves on. It did that to me on part of the stream that got cut off like a few days ago. And I was just like,
Calamity!
that sucks. I mean, I know why they do it, because they want these villains to survive longer than this in the game.
Health depleting. Curious.
Right. Try this.
Thanks. Mazer arm, activate.
No.
Go.
I just got her up.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, and Elliot's down now.
Act fire. Should have been paying attention.
Have some of these.
Oh no, guys, this is the only one left.
That's
Yeah, I just don't think this is when you're supposed to get by. Kind of like when that's what happened. I fought the Jaegers earlier, and the same thing happened.
My turn. Here goes. Overdrive.
Okay.
Now.
Got you. Huh.
I'll handle it. Got it. Okay, Reen.
Leave it to me.
What?
Bionic, Act fire. Too slow.
Right.
All right. Suppressing target.
All right. Use our S-craft. See what happens.
Mirror devices activate. Orbital laser fire. Mission complete. May you rest in peace.
May you rest in peace.
I'll handle it.
Here I go.
There's nowhere to run.
I'll handle it. Here I go. Now.
Got you.
Forming barrier.
Of course she is.
My turn.
This doesn't look too good.
Okay, let's heal Elliot.
Wow, this is really good.
I'll handle it. Here I go.
Here I go.
Okay.
Saw!
Bionic, act fire.
Understood.
This doesn't look too good.
See.
Try this.
Wow, this is really good.
What? My turn.
There's nowhere to run.
Forming barrier.
I mean, she just keeps doing that. She rarely.
My
Oh
turn.
no, Fee is confused.
Huh. As your flames gather on my blade.
As your flames gather on my blade.
Strike!
What?
This is quite the predicament.
Shoot.
Okay.
Wow, this is really good.
You want to cure her.
Understood.
What?
It's my turn. Arcus activate. Try this.
Yeah.
Here I go.
What? Come, my minions!
This is bad.
Get her some food.
Not bad.
This is quite the predicament. I leave this to you.
I'll handle this.
That is not who I meant to pick, but okay.
You're not getting away. Molten Rain!
Yeah, that wasn't very
Forming
effective.
barrier.
My turn.
And get all of them. Nice.
Second form. Gale! Now's our chance.
Okay.
You're done.
Wonderful! Ha!
This doesn't look too good. Sorry, can you handle this?
Leave this to me.
I did not mean to grab her. It's twice in a row now I've done that.
That's pretty good.
My turn.
Oh, thank you.
That's just ridiculous.
My turn. Second form. Gale!
Okay.
Okay.
And that we can deal with. Okay. Hopefully.
Now.
Bionic. Act fire.
Not here.
Here I go. Sylphie dance.
Sylphie dance.
That.
What?
Should have been paying attention.
No, this is not good.
I'm sorry, everyone.
I can do this.
Thanks.
Yeah. Not here. sorry. Would you mind?
With pleasure. O winds, grant me your strength. Calamity Hawk!
Calamity Hawk.
What?
Okay.
I won't give up.
Making progress on Blue Blanc, actually. Just gotta keep Reen awake and try to get feedback up and Claire up and at least do what I
Laser
can.
arm activate.
I don't know that I can beat her. I think Blue Blanc's about ready to go down. If I can just live through it long enough.
Fire.
You're mine!
Come, my minions.
Bionic. Fire.
And he's down.
Sorry, everyone.
There's nowhere to run.
God, this sucks.
It's my turn. Yeah. That was great.
Bionic. Fire.
You're mine.
No, we're in trouble.
Bionic. Fire.
Yep. It's done.
That's embarrassing.
That's embarrassing. Alright, try again.
Then let us begin.
This sucks. Oh my goodness. This is suck. Okay.
Okay. Here goes. Overdrive.
Okay. So we're gonna do overdrive with them.
Got it.
Got you. Yeah.
Okay. Now. Okay, Reen.
Leave it to me.
Attack him.
What?
Bionic. Fire.
Okay. So I've definitely got to move everybody apart.
Okay.
So Elliot. I hate to do it, but I mean, he can only go so far.
All right.
And same thing with Claire.
Come, my minions.
Okay.
What?
My turn.
Do Gale. Gale's usually covers a lot of territory and is pretty strong.
Now's our chance.
You're done.
1 down, 3 to go. The little guys, anyway. And it's Elliot's turn. And we need to...
Arcus, activate.
Laser arm. Activate. Go.
All right. Arcus, activate.
My turn.
Try this.
Nice. I love that he can do that from a distance, like all the way across the field.
There's nowhere to run.
And this guy can do this.
Too slow.
What?
Let's move.
Okay.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Okay.
I'll handle it.
It's my turn.
Hmm.
All right. Suppressing
All right,
target.
we'll use our S-Craft. See what happens.
Mirror devices activate. Orbital laser fire. Mission complete. May you rest in peace.
Let's move. Sit.
What?
Now's our chance.
You're done.
Saw.
My turn.
What?
Forming barrier. Here I go.
Okay, Fee.
Sylphie dance. What's that?
What?
Here I go. Ha!
Come, my minions.
Of course. And Claire's asleep. I take it he's too far away from her.
Here I go.
What?
Forming barrier.
Not here.
My turn.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Too slow.
And something's wrong with Reen.
Too slow.
Elliot's in trouble.
Too slow.
Let's move. Ha! Now's our chance. Now, Fee.
Roger.
What?
Nice.
Right.
She's asleep. No, she's KO'd. I thought she was asleep.
Try
I
this.
thought I saw Z's, but I guess I didn't.
Oh, thank you.
Too slow. My turn. Got it.
Got you.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Ash of flames, gather on my blade!
Ash of flames, gather on my blade.
Strike!
What?
Not here.
That's not good.
Too slow. I'll handle it.
That's pretty good.
Forming barrier. Here I go.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Sylphie dance. What's that?
What? Have some of these.
Oh no. You don't have enough health to survive
Too
it.
slow.
Okay, feed it.
Sorry, everyone.
But now she's out.
Too slow.
Now she's out.
Should have been paying
I'm
attention.
telling you, I don't think that this is winnable. Like, I feel like it's... I was so close to getting him out, and then they brought it on at that point. Damn.
Aha! Then let us begin.
Let's try it again.
My turn.
My turn. Here goes. Overdrive.
Okay. Let's do this. Everything's going on Blue Blanc.
Now. Okay, Reen.
Leave it to me.
What?
Why did... That's not who I picked. Oh, because he was... They got both. I was confused for a second.
Okay.
Blue Blanc.
Got it.
Got you.
Bionic. Fire.
And I forgot to move everybody
Too
apart.
slow. Now.
Got you.
Understood. Suppressing targets.
See what happens now.
Activate. Orbital laser fire. Mission complete. May you rest in peace.
What?
Right.
My turn.
Here I go.
What?
Okay.
What?
Let's move.
What? Come, my minions.
It's my turn.
Forming barrier. I'll handle
Okay,
it.
so she's doing her reflect thing again.
My turn.
I hate to do this, but it's the best thing to do. Trying to get rid of some of these things.
Understood.
Oh, they're too far apart this time. I can get these guys.
Arcus, activate.
There's nowhere to run.
Wow.
Okay. Hey!
My turn. Eliminating targets.
What?
Here I go.
Sylphie dance.
Sylphie dance. What's that?
Well, Rose, you missed me fighting this battle that they tried to surprise me with, but
Activate. Go.
I kind of said that I expected it to be coming,
You're done.
and I don't think it's a winnable battle. I'm in severe doubt of the fact that it might be a winnable battle. I don't know.
Now's our chance. Now, Fee.
Yeah.
What? Wonderful!
Oh, I don't know. I didn't count. At least 3 or 4 minimum.
Gather on my blade.
But I just finally weakened the enemies this time, so if I can't beat them on this one, that one I did the other day with the Jaegers, that it took me through like 4 tries at it before it said, nice try, kid, or something like that, and then the storyline carried on, because it was, I asked Kate, I'm like, I assume that's designed to be, you know, like that it's not winnable.
Rain down.
What?
Here's our chance.
I'll bet you up.
Ooh, he froze her.
Saw.
Oh no, but Elliot's he's down. And now he's down. He's
I'm
up to get down
sorry.
again.
Okay.
Okay, Fee, you need to heal.
Not bad.
There's nowhere to
Got
run.
this guy, I hate him. I knew the first time we saw him
What?
that he was going to be a pain in the
Onward.
behind.
No more. Mortal Mirage.
My turn. Arcus, activate.
I'll handle it. One, 2. Huh? And done. Forming barrier.
Huh.
What?
Here I go.
What? There's nowhere to run.
And then he sucks down the last of everybody's HP.
Too slow.
And then she does an attack and kills everybody.
Forming barrier.
Not here.
Here I go.
Okay, let's see.
Huh.
I hate to do that,
That's
but
pretty
I
good.
don't really have a choice, so.
I'll handle it. One, two. Huh? And done.
Saw.
And of
Let's
course
move.
she's asleep. Damn it, Claire.
Ha! Now.
My turn.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Here I go. Huh.
Not bad. Okay.
Not here. I leave this to you.
With pleasure. O winds, grant me your strength.
Okay, let's see.
Calamity Hawk!
What? Such
Okay, he's down.
beauty.
That's the first.
Mazer arm. Activate. Go.
You're mine!
Let's move. Huh. That's pretty good.
My turn.
I'm gonna have to make lots of this vegetable juice. That's all I have to say.
Not bad.
Let's move. Yeah.
Thanks.
Mazer arm. Activate. Go. Okay. One, two. Huh? And done.
Let's move. Second form. Gale.
Alright, I think we got it now.
Roger. Mission failed. But how?
Okay. Phew.
Absolute victory.
Nice fighting, Fee.
Oh, I was because I couldn't tell if it was like something I could win or not. I wasn't sure because that game you just don't know sometimes. And it felt like because they're such good villains that might be one, like the Jaeger Corps. Like I said, they're Fee's old friends. Oh, we'll see you later. you know, and I felt like this might be the same thing. Now, it could happen after this part. We beat them and then they could go poof. I don't know. Guess we're gonna find out. Lots of level ups, though. We got lots of stuffs.
Great!
Great.
Success.
Success.
That's what I want to see.
That's what I want to see.
I did it!
I did it.
Look at me go!
Look at me go.
I'm so glad.
I'm so glad.
No complaints here.
No complaints here. Sorry, I had to. After that, I needed the comic relief of it. Okay, so what's gonna happen with these two? They have to go poop.
Damn, they're strong.
Ah, marvelous. Your taste is so much sweeter than I was expecting. It looks as though they don't intend to be taken without a fight, milady.
Raising threat level appropriately. The white doll fought more ably than the specifications I was informed of suggested as well.
Really? Still, you're connected too, aren't you?
So, ready to start talking, Altina?
Yeah, she's new, but she looks. So Millium is Millium Orion, and she's Altina Orion. And Millium's doll, as they're calling it, Aragetlum, is white. The other one's, I don't remember his name, it's like Chromium something, is black. So it's like, is there a relationship? Oh, you don't know who the blue Blanc is? Well, I know he looks like a tool. He is a tool, but
Where are Elise and Princess
yeah,
Alphen?
it's Blue Blanc. He's Phantom Thief B.
There better not be a scratch on them.
I don't know the answer to your question.
And she's very robotic. Like, I don't know.
I've yet to be informed of their whereabouts since I delivered them to Lord Rufus Alborea.
Ah, Rufus has them.
Wait, Rufus?
Isn't that Eustace's brother?
Yes, never mind.
Sure is.
He's been making quite the name for himself as the Noble Alliance's chief of staff. It was largely thanks to his skill that the Imperial Army's armored divisions have become split throughout the country.
That's okay. I forgive you. I don't remember all of them either. That's why I make up names for the creatures, because I can't remember the character names half the time, let alone all the creatures.
His sharp mind for politics has played no small part either.
Why would he do that?
Regardless, you two seem to know the answers to many questions we've had regarding matters within the Alliance. And we plan on having you answer each and every one of them once we've seen our operation through.
I don't understand.
How very pitiful. They don't seem to realize
true.
that we still hold the upper hand.
What the?
I can't move.
Is this shadow weaving?
It is but one of many skills I possess. And now each and every one of you are caged birds, powerless to fight back.
How could we have known he could do this?
You
How
couldn't.
could I have been so careless?
Commencing apprehension of targets.
But not to worry. We won't be whisking you away from this land just yet. I wouldn't want to deny you the chance to watch it burn.
This isn't over yet.
Oh boy. Don't make him angry. You won't like him when he's angry.
Ring! Wait!
You're not doing what I think you're doing, are you? Reen, you don't have to do this.
Ha ha! You're as fascinating as always.
Probably.
With the strength of an ogre, you may very well be able to break free of my shadow weaving. Go! Unleash the mystery within yourself!
That won't be necessary.
Uh-oh.
What?
Sharon! Sharon has come to save our butts.
Ah, whoa, whoa, whoa! Were those wires?
Yep, because Sharon uses wires and chains.
Sharon?
How in the world? Is that really you, Sharon?
Mm-hmm. Sharon has come to kick a butt.
But of course, I've come to collect you, my lady. And I'm relieved to see so many of your classmates are in good health.
Yep. He's an asshole.
Now here's a face I wasn't expecting to bump into on foreign soil. This too must be the will of the goddess. Nay, perhaps it would be more fitting to think it the guidance of our Grand Master. It's been some time, Enforcer number 9.
Oh my. Sharon Kruger.
I'm afraid it's neither. I am a loyal servant of the Rhineford family. What more reason do I need to come to Lady Elisa's aid?
Thank you, Sharon. She's still the same Superman as always.
She couldn't have appeared at a better time.
Ah, so your love and devotion is for the Rhineford family now? What of your love for the Grandmaster?
All I'm doing is prioritizing the Rhineford family over my duties as a member of Ouroboros. Nothing more, nothing less.
Haha, I see. I take it you've no intention of following the same path as Joshua and Ren.
That path was closed to me long ago. Still, if you intend to harm those I love in your pursuit of beauty, then I'll show not the slightest mercy in severing your ambitions.
Oh, Sharon. Elliot.
Talk about scary. Sharon!
I couldn't be more pleased to hear as much from the severing chains. Very well, then I shall respond in kind with all that I...
What are you all doing down there?
No.
An Alliance airship.
They're back already?
Oh no. No, you're not the only one.
So, you think you can infiltrate our watchtower and get away with it, do you? Stay right where you are. You're under arrest.
Yeah, you're way down there. I'm up here.
They've brought soldats too.
This isn't good. We're completely surrounded.
And we were so close to disabling that jammer, too.
It's time we retreat.
What boorish fools. Still, even if we were to leave, you have nowhere left to run.
Yes, yes, she does.
That's where you're wrong.
Like I said, they must be related somehow.
Oh?
Is this what was mentioned in that report? Are you calling Valimar?
Oh, is he all ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
He should have plenty of mana now.
Right. Heed my call. Valimar, the Ashen Knight!
Acknowledged.
Don't let him take your toys.
Oh, such beauty.
I assume that to be the Ashen Knight.
We'll take care of that airship and the soldats. I'll leave everything here to you guys.
Reen?
Are you seriously gonna jump? Stop! That's dangerous!
I love how the cat is with him every time. We get to have a giant night battle. The last one got cut off on the stream somehow, so hopefully this one stays.
What's the ash-colored knight doing here? You really have joined forces with the Imperial Army, haven't you?
No, we haven't. But we're not going to stand by and let anyone threaten the peace of Nord.
Don't get cocky, kid. Back me up from above. May glory shine upon us for defeating that knight and presenting it to Duke Kayad.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Stay aware of what's happening in the sky. If you get caught off guard because you were too busy dealing with the enemies on the ground, it's gonna hurt.
I know. We're just going to have to find an opening and take advantage of it.
Oh my.
Use your links well.
Oh yes.
Ta! Now! Gotcha! Ta!
Okay. Huh.
Ta! Now! Gotcha!
It's working. Keep it up.
Ouch. Well, they did say it was gonna hurt.
I'll handle it. Huh. That's it. Just a little more.
Ta! Now! Gotcha! Ta! Curse you!
Curse you.
Burn to ash! Fall! Now! My sword will cleave open the way!
My sword will cleave open the way.
It's like domination!
It's okay, I've got
My turn.
both trails done. I've got Radiant Dawn done. I've got all of Radiant Dawn, but 3 episodes I think that I have to edit out manually. And then work on the other ones that were missing. So I got a lot done. And I created the new playlist for this game and the other one. I feel very accomplished, I just want to say. Hey, Redblade, how are you?
Now! Gotcha! Ta!
It's working. Keep it up. This is bad.
Gotcha!
My turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in trouble. You think I'd...
My turn.
I don't know what that is. Recovery, oh.
Let me help.
Burn to ash. Fall. Let's go. Gotcha.
Yeah, I haven't really... I remember they told me I could, I just haven't played around with trying to do it yet.
I'll handle it.
Oh, RB swap.
Good luck. I'll handle this. Have some mana.
Burn to ash.
Burn to ash.
Fall. Now.
Yeah, I didn't know that they all had different skills for that. I really hadn't thought that much about it.
Gotcha.
But I'm learning. This robot fighting time is a little confusing.
Burn to ash. Fall. Let's go. Gotcha. Time.
That's it. Just a little more.
Ooh.
I can do this. Sorry, would you
I'll
mind?
try at least.
Yeah, I think I
Hurry
might
up
be in
and kill
trouble.
yourself already.
Burn to ash. Fall. Time. Now. My sword will cleave open the way.
Enlightened domination. Huh?
It's like domination. Curse you.
Great,
Right.
just one more.
Okay, so he can only really... He can charge EP. He doesn't need to charge EP. %, HP. That's
Let me!
okay. Trying to figure it out. Alright, no.
Burn to ash. Fall.
Okay, me!
Okay.
Gotcha!
It's working!
Okay.
Keep it up!
Here!
Huh. Hang on, I gotta sit upright. And posture check. And I've got stretch. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, okay.
Gotcha!
Right. Let me!
Gotcha!
That's it! Just a little more!
Right.
Okay.
Huh.
That seemed rather effective, didn't it?
Burn to ash!
Burn to ash.
Fall! Let's go! Gotcha! Curse you!
Curse you.
Well done! You did great that time!
Nice. What about the airship?
How can this be happening?
The victory's mine! Unless you're in the mood for round 2.
Withdraw! We're abandoning the watchtower! To the airship! We'll rendezvous with the forces in Erebonia! Yes, sir!
Alright, Steve, I'll see you tomorrow during the live. Have a good night. Thanks for being here.
They're running away!
Not quite the original plan, but all's well that ends well.
That's mission complete, I guess.
Master Reen gave a most impressive performance, didn't he? I just hope he doesn't make a habit of jumping off of rooftops.
He may be reckless from time to time, but we wouldn't have him any other way.
I suppose it's time we take our leave.
Oh yes, we still have these two numbskulls.
Know that I leave with no regrets. I was able to behold the famous Ashen Knight in person, and for that, it was all worthwhile. Do you have any objections, Black Rabbit?
Not especially. Being presented the opportunity to adjust the threat levels of multiple targets at once proved beneficial for me as well.
Yeah, she must be like a cyborg or something. There's something not right about her.
They're getting away!
Don't move. We have questions, and we know you're the one with the answers.
Ha ha! The curtains have only just risen for the Erebonian stage. I wonder what incredible fate will befall our actors. I cannot wait to see how each of you...
Okay. I have no idea what just happened. What the hell was that? I don't know what happened. My mouse fell and it went through all the dialogue. I have no idea what just happened. Wow, that sucks. I'll have to go back and watch it on my replay just so I can read the text and the dialogue. So I can see what it said. I think it's safe to say that thanks to your efforts, the immediate danger to our homeland has passed. Now, there is no longer any need for us to leave it behind. You truly have our deepest gratitude. We didn't do all that much, really. Unfortunately so, the Alliance still has plenty of troops on the Erebonian side of the border to continue their assault. Should Zender fall, I dare not imagine what would happen. Indeed, I think it would be wise to exercise just as much caution as before. Even so, I want you to know how much I appreciate what you did. No matter how you look at it, you saved my homeland. For that, I couldn't be more proud to call you my friends. Aw, Gaius, it was nothing. You're welcome, but I still don't think we did anything that special. The people of Nord have been like brothers to all of us in Erebonia for centuries now. It's only right that we lend them a hand when they need one. Thank you, Reen. What he said. Yup, helping out is what friends do. You guys too. Thank you. I feel like I'm going to be saying that for a while yet. Still, while the immediate danger to Nord may have passed, the same can't be said for Erebonia. Unfortunately not. That's how Sharon would say it. Roar City is entirely under the Alliance's control, and the same is true for most of the country. That's how she talks. They have control of everything from the Reinford Building to the Iron Mine, and even the Roar Institute of Technology. I feared as much. Well, that explains one thing. There was some damning evidence on the jamming device that pointed to it being made at the Institute. That makes sense if the place is under the Alliance's control. I'm betting Schmidt was involved in its development. Schmidt? As in the Professor G. Schmidt? He's certainly supposed to be capable, but are you sure? I met him when I was little with you, right, Grandfather? That you did. He and I go way back, but I really wish we didn't. He's not an easy guy to like. If you ask me, he was probably involved in the development of the Soldats, and that giant airship of theirs, too. He'll scratch probably. I can't think of another single other engineer alive who could perfect those things outside of him. He must be crazy good if you're the one acknowledging his skills. Sounds like the Alliance has a really capable man making their weapons. Schmidt aside, what brought you here to begin with, Sharon? I thought you went straight back to Ruhr after the war began. I would have thought Mother would be happier if you were there too. I'm here because I discovered that you were here, of course. Contrary to what you may think, that was what the Madam Chairman wanted me to do. She did? Indeed. She asked me to come and assist you and your classmates for the time being. I haven't been able to get in contact with her since I left Ruhr, however. You okay, Elisa? Thanks, Reen, but I'm fine. We're talking about my mother here. I'm sure she's perfectly okay, wherever she is. Right now, I need to focus on my own goals. I did promise that I'd find a path of my own to show to her after all. And I'm certain she would be pleased to hear that, my lady. I second that. You're leaving? I am. I don't know when I'll be able to return again, but I will be back. Until then, take care of Lily and Sheeta for me. Oh, and Charles too, of course. Sure. Thank you, guys. Sniffle. But I don't want you to go. I want you to stay right here. Stop that, Lily. You're making it harder for me to hold back. You too. I know you'll miss him, but try to show some understanding for your brother. He has something very important he needs to do with his friends. All this has been a stark reminder to me of how fragile the peace of this land is when one of its neighbors is at war. The threat of being drawn into the conflict may have passed for now, but it may not stay that way for long. We can no longer expect to live in peace, irrespective of what is happening. Oh, excuse me. Oh my goodness. Irrespective of what is happening on the other side of our borders. If I want to protect the peace of this land, I need to stand up and fight for it, just as our ancestors did during the war all those years ago. Oh. Well said. Prince Dracos himself also first took up arms here in Nord. The warriors of Nord followed suit, taking up their spears to fight for their friend and brother who loved this land as much as they did. You want to follow in their footsteps, do you? I do, but that isn't my only reason. During my time as a student of Class 7, Erebonia has grown close to my heart. So I'm not just fighting to protect the home of my friends, I'm fighting to protect what I consider my second home. Wow. Thanks. Don't worry, everyone. I'll return safe and unharmed. I promise. I'll also come back more mature and more aware of how I want to live my life after the war comes to an end. So stay safe and wait for me, okay? Okay. Sniffle. Alright. I'll do everything I can to keep everything here running smoothly while you're away. I will too. I'll be praying for you every day. Hi. Me too. May the winds and the goddess watch over you while I'm away. Farewell. Their parting words said the time came to leave the land of Nord behind. Guess where we're going? Bye! Bye, everybody! Gaius' family happily waved to them until they were out of sight, and, swearing silently to return to Nord another day as they entered the Spirit Path, they started on their journey back to Ymir. Phew, we're back. Yeah, and we're all in one piece. This is where we fought that huge monster when we came here last time, right? I can't believe we got this far so fast. This is what the Spirit Path can do? Unbelievable. I had no idea there already existed a means of transport faster than trains or airships. Well, it's called the Spirit Path because it's really only intended to be used by spirits. It's not really meant to be used by humans to travel from place to place. We'll have to be very grateful to Master Valimar for allowing us to do so then. And even more grateful still for saving us from quite a perilous situation at the Watchtower as well. Yeah, he certainly did. Thanks, Valimar. It's only because of you that we were all able to make it back here together. Have a good rest. You've earned it. Acknowledged. Entering inactive state. Do not hesitate to call my name again, should the need arise, my Awakener and his friends. Looks like he's asleep. Alright, we should be returning to Ymir. We need to let the others know we're all okay. Woohoo! I can't wait to see everyone! Everyone good to go? We should be able to make it before nightfall. We're here! And not a moment too soon with how dark it's become. It's nice to be back here again. Yeah, it's only been a couple months since we were last here, but it feels more like a couple years. I suppose that just goes to show how much of an impression Ymir's left on me. It's nice to hear you like this place as much as I do. Something feels off, though. It's a lot noisier compared to usual. Reen? Thank goodness you're all right. Hey, Machias. Yeah, we just got back. Looks like you managed to pick up a few folks while you were in Nord. Sure did. It's good to see you again, Toval. Yeah. Yeah, good to see you're doing okay. I can't complain, I guess. Things go fine on your end? That aside, what's the cause of all this commotion? Is there something wrong? That's right. We've got something to tell you, Reen. It's about your father. He's... Oh no. Is something wrong with Dad? No, not at all. On the contrary, he's finally regained consciousness. Oh, really? Yep, he's still got some time before he's up and about again, but this is a big step in the right direction. Come on, let's get back to the mansion. I know he'll be happy to see you, Reen. Welcome home, Reen. And I see your friends are with you, too. Hello there. I'm sorry I can't do much more to welcome you, but I'm happy to see you here. Dad. Not at all. We're just glad that you're awake. We heard about what happened, sir. It's wonderful to know that you're well enough to talk to us like this. I appreciate your concern. Incidentally, I hear that you, Toval, and Captain Claire, I believe, have been watching over the village in my stead. On behalf of the people of Ymir, I'd like to thank you for all you've done. As this village's lord, I truly could not feel more honored to have your aid. Aw, no need to thank me. It was just a little something I was doing on the side. The people of Ymir have shown me nothing but kindness during my stay. It's the least I can do to repay that kindness. And I have every intention of keeping up with my patrols to ensure this village sees no further bloodshed. My thanks to both of you. If Ymir could stay out of harm's way, I know that my family could rest easier. I'm aware that my injuries have caused both of you plenty of grief. Lucia and Reen, I can only hope you'll forgive me for worrying you. Had I not been so utterly incompetent, Elise and Princess Alphen would never have been taken from us to begin with. You know you don't need to apologize. Them being captured isn't your fault, Dad. It never was. What matters is that you pulled through for us. That in itself is a miracle. Now you leave everything else to us and focus on recovering. We'll bring them back, I promise. Absolutely. We fully intend to do everything we can to support you. Yeah, we'll bring them back in no time. As long as Class 7 is together, there is nothing we can't do. I couldn't agree more. I have every confidence that you'll rescue Lady Elise and Her Highness. Well, aren't you guys just brimming with optimism? Still, we've only got 3 members of Class 7 to find now, which means that if all 3 are around Legram, that's where we'll find Emma. Assuming they stay there, yeah. And then we can finally be together again. I'll be praying to Aidios for you. And remember, make the most of the time you have to take a well-earned break. You won't be able to leave tomorrow regardless, yes? That's right, we need to wait for Valimar to finish recovering. That only took about a day last time, and I don't see why it would be any different this time. I admit, a part of me wishes we could leave right away, but we'll just have to sit tight and be patient. I think it'd be for the best anyway. We can double check Ymir's defenses one last time while we wait, too. Thank you, Toval. I wish you all well. I leave Elise and Princess Alphen in, and he's asleep. Oh, looks like he went back to sleep. He still hasn't got most of his stamina back, I'm afraid. It'll be a little while longer before he's ready to see any of the villagers, too. I see. That's not surprising, really. In the meantime, it would be an honor to assist you in any way I can. I'm confident that my skills as maid will prove to be of use. Why, thank you. I'd be delighted to take you up on that. And, like your father said, take care to rest as much as you can tomorrow. Of course. And you should take care not to overwork yourself, please. We're happy to help out however we can. This was how we had all made it safely back from Nord. Word of my father's awakening spread throughout the village like wildfire. And while there were still plenty of dark times looming on the horizon, for the first time in a while, the people of Ymir had a reason to smile. Sharon joined the party. Reen and Sharon can now use overdrive when linked with one another. With Reen acting as the medium, Elisa and Sharon can now use overdrive when linked with one another. That's interesting. Ymir rest day number 2. Get a nice, pretty day in Ymir. Maybe we get to go snowboarding again. That'd be fun. Looks like Dad's staying in bed today. Good, he needs all the rest he can get. I'm glad he's woken up, at least, even if he's still got a long way to go until he's fully recovered. I bet everyone else has already gone out for the day. I should probably go find something to do. Got to make the most of today and get ready for tomorrow. We received bonding points. Alright. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Okay, so we're going to leave Reen standing here in front of his bedroom door. Waited about half an hour longer than I thought I was going to have to get through all that dialogue and everything to find a place that I could save and end the game for the day. So I'm going to go ahead and do my usual closing speech, if you will. Thank you to Rose, and Kate was here earlier with moderating. I know Luna popped in at one point, I think, while I was restarting and stuff. All my mods are really amazing people, and I'm so grateful for them. And Rose doing a lot of work on my YouTube, trying to help me get that all in order. So they're so much appreciated. If you haven't followed yet, all you have to do is click on that cute little heart on your screen there, and that'll keep you up to date on what's going on as far as streams, when I'm going to be online and stuff like that. it also for me is a good feedback that if people are hitting that button, they like the streams I'm doing and the content that I'm putting out. So that always makes me happy. We're also going to have the links for the Discord, and that is a work in progress. We're getting that going. And the YouTube page, which has the highlights and the reels and the full playback episodes of everything and nice playlists for you, so you can watch all that. And that's something that Rose has been working to help me with. You see in there's 2 links for subscribe. One of those links for subscribe is going to remind you that it's been a month since I became an affiliate and had subscribers. So a lot of my subscribers are ending that first month in the near future. So resubscribing is always appreciated. There are 3 different tiers that you can choose from if any of them suit your needs, or pick the one that suits your needs. And even really cool is, and I didn't know this until I was working for a friend who's a streamer, is through Amazon Prime you get a free subscription on Twitch that you can use every month. And so if you have an Amazon Prime account, you've not used that, you can always use that if you'd like to subscribe to me using that. And there's a link down there that talks to you about it, and you just simply link that in the settings to your Twitch account, and you can be connected and get that free subscription when you go to subscribe. Last thing to say is the new thing I've been trying to remember to add in. Please don't forget to check my schedule. That is coming up as a reminder on my Discord page as well, but not the actual schedule, just a reminder to check it. So in Twitch, you will see my planned schedule. The games may be subject to change, and the times are generally spot on. I've got about a week out, I think, right now, and I've got to sit down tomorrow and put in the rest of my tentative schedule for the week after. So I hope to see you in the streams. I'm so grateful, whether you are watching this now or you watch it back later. Thank you again. And you guys have a wonderful evening, and I will see you next time. Bye.